Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight we'll explore one of Britain's most tragic cases of digital age stalking and murder. This is the story of Molly McLaren, a bright university student whose life was cut short by someone she once trusted. In the quiet countryside of Kent, England, 23-year-old Molly McLaren was building the life she'd always dreamed of. Born on May 26, 1994 in the picturesque town of Cobham, Molly embodied everything a young woman in her early 20s should be. Vibrant, ambitious, and full of hope for the future. As a second-year student at the University of Kent, Molly was pursuing her studies with dedication. She lived with her parents, Doug and Joe McLaren, in their family home. A place filled with warmth and the kind of unconditional support that had shaped her into the confident young woman she'd become. Those who knew her described Molly as someone who lit up every room she entered. A person with an infectious laugh and a natural ability to make others feel valued and heard. Molly's days followed a routine that many university students would recognize. She balanced her academic responsibilities with maintaining her physical and mental well-being, making regular trips to Pure Gem at the Dockside Outlet Shopping Center in Chatham. This wasn't just about staying fit for Molly. The gym represented a sanctuary where she could clear her mind, focus on herself, and prepare for whatever challenges lay ahead. Like many people her age, Molly navigated the modern world of dating through digital platforms. In June 2016, she found herself browsing through Tinder, that ubiquitous dating app that had become as common as morning coffee for her generation. She was looking for connection, perhaps companionship, maybe even love. What she found instead would ultimately lead to her destruction. 24-year-old Joshua Stimpson appeared on her screen like thousands of other potential matches, living just 9 miles away. He seemed geographically convenient, and his profile suggested someone who might share her interests and values. They matched, and what began as casual conversation through the app would evolve into something much more complex. For months, Molly and Joshua exchanged messages through Tinder. Their conversations flowed with the easy rhythm that characterizes the early stages of digital courtship. They shared stories about their lives, their interests, their hopes for the future. Joshua presented himself as charming and attentive, the kind of person who remembered small details from previous conversations and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know her better. The transition from digital communication to face-to-face interaction didn't happen immediately. They continued their app-based relationship through the summer and into the autumn of 2016. It wasn't until October that they finally decided to meet in person, taking that crucial step from virtual connection to physical presence. Their first meeting went well enough to warrant a second, and then a third. What followed was a relationship that from the outside appeared to be progressing normally. Joshua was welcomed into the McLaren family home, sharing meals with Molly's parents and integrating himself into the fabric of her daily life. Doug and Joe McLaren, like any parents, were naturally protective of their daughter, but Joshua seemed harmless enough during those early encounters. The relationship continued through the winter months and into 2017. They attended social events together, shared photos on social media, and appeared to be building something meaningful. Molly's friends saw them together at university functions and casual gatherings, and nothing seemed particularly unusual about their dynamic. But beneath the surface of what appeared to be a normal relationship, something darker was taking root. As the months passed, Joshua began to display behaviors that, while initially subtle, would eventually reveal themselves as warning signs of a deeply troubled and controlling personality. It started with small things, requests that might have seemed reasonable to someone who cared deeply about their partner's well-being. Joshua would ask Molly about where she was going, who she was with, what time she expected to be home. He would suggest that certain friends of hers weren't good influences, or that particular activities weren't safe for someone as precious to him as she was. These behaviors escalated gradually, What began as expressions of concern evolved into attempts to control. Joshua would become upset when Molly made plans that didn't include him, or when she spent time with friends he didn't approve of. He would monitor her social media activity, questioning her about likes she'd given to other people's posts or comments she'd made on friends' photos. The relationship that had once felt supportive and caring began to feel suffocating. Molly found herself having to justify decisions that had once been automatically her own to make. Simple activities like going to the gym, meeting friends for coffee, or studying at the library became sources of tension and conflict. Those closest to Molly began to notice changes in her behavior. She became more reserved when discussing her relationship, less likely to share details about her interactions with Joshua. Her natural effervescence seemed diminished, as though she were carrying a weight that she couldn't quite articulate. By early 2017, the relationship had begun to take a noticeable toll on Molly's emotional well-being. Friends and family members who cared about her started expressing concerns, though Molly, like many people in controlling relationships, found it difficult to see the situation clearly from within it. As spring turned to summer in 2017, Molly came to a realization that would require tremendous courage to act upon. She recognized that the relationship with Joshua had become unhealthy, that his behavior was not normal expression of love or concern, but rather attempts to control and dominate her life. The decision to end a relationship is never easy. When that relationship has become characterized by control and manipulation, leaving becomes an act of self-preservation. Molly summoned the strength to have that difficult conversation with Joshua, telling him that their relationship was over. The breakup occurred in June 2017, but rather than accepting Molly's decision with grace and maturity, Joshua's response revealed the true depth of his obsession with her. Within days of the breakup, Molly began receiving a barrage of messages from him. Texts, calls, and social media communications that were harassing, derogatory, and deeply disturbing. These weren't the messages of someone processing a painful breakup in a healthy way. Instead, they revealed a mind that had become fixated on Molly to a dangerous degree. The messages contained threats, insults, and language that made it clear Joshua had no intention of respecting her decision to end their relationship. Molly confided in her friends about the harassment she was receiving. In text messages to those closest to her, she expressed fear about Joshua's behavior, describing feeling unsafe and unsure about how to make him stop. These communications would later serve as crucial evidence of the terror she was experiencing in what should have been the immediate aftermath of a relationship's natural end. Understanding that Joshua's behavior had crossed the line from inappropriate to potentially dangerous, Molly made the decision that everyone in her situation is advised to make. She sought help from law enforcement. Accompanied by her mother, Joel, Molly went to the North Kent police station to report the harassment she was experiencing. The police took her report seriously, as they should have. They contacted Joshua and delivered what should have been a clear and unambiguous warning. Stop contacting Molly, stop harassing her, or face prosecution. This intervention represented exactly the kind of response that the system is designed to provide when someone reports stalking and harassment. For a brief period, it seemed as though the police warning might have been effective. The constant stream of harassing messages appeared to diminish, and Molly began to hope that Joshua had finally understood that their relationship was over and that he needed to respect her boundaries. But this respite was temporary. Within days, the harassment resumed with renewed intensity. Joshua's behavior had not been corrected by police intervention. It had simply been temporarily suppressed. The obsession that drove his actions remained as powerful as ever, and it was now coupled with anger at what he perceived as Molly's betrayal in involving law enforcement. The situation became so concerning that police had to speak with Joshua again, just 2 days before what would ultimately become the final, tragic chapter of this story. The second intervention came on June 27, 2017, less than 48 hours before Molly's life would end. June 29, 2017 began like any other day for Molly McLaren. She had maintained her routine despite the stress of dealing with Joshua's harassment, continuing to attend her classes, spend time with family and friends, and take care of her physical and mental health through her regular visits to the gym. On this particular Thursday, Molly planned to go to Pure Gym at the Dockside Outlet Shopping Center in Chatham, the same gym she'd been attending regularly for months. It was a place where she felt comfortable and safe, surrounded by other people going about their daily routines. What Molly didn't know was that Joshua had been monitoring her movements, learning her patterns, and planning something that would ensure she would never be able to leave him again. If he couldn't have her as his girlfriend, he would make certain that no one else could have her either. Earlier that same day, Joshua had visited an ASDA store in Chatham, where he purchased a kitchen knife. This wasn't a spontaneous decision made in a moment of emotional turmoil. It was a calculated action taken by someone who had decided that if he couldn't control Molly's life, he would end it. The security cameras at the store captured Joshua's purchase of the weapon that would soon be used to commit murder. These images would later become crucial evidence in establishing the premeditated nature of what was about to unfold. Molly arrived at Pure Gym that evening, ready for what she expected would be a normal workout session. The Dockside Shopping Center was busy with the usual evening activity. People finishing their shopping, grabbing dinner, or like Molly, taking care of their fitness routines. Inside the gym, Molly went through her usual workout. She moved between different pieces of equipment, focused on her exercises, and interacted casually with other gym members as she normally would. Nothing about the evening suggested that her life was in imminent danger.
What she didn't realize was that Joshua was also in the gym, watching her. He had positioned himself where he could observe her movements while appearing to be engaged in his own workout routine. The security cameras later showed him moving through the gym, but his attention was clearly focused on Molly rather than on any legitimate exercise activity.
The juxtaposition is chilling to consider. Molly engaging in a normal, healthy activity while completely unaware that someone who had once claimed to love her was now planning to kill her. The footage from that evening shows two people in the same space, but living in completely different realities. One focused on self-care and personal well-being, the other consumed with obsession and murderous intent. As Molly completed her workout and prepared to leave the gym, Joshua also made his preparations to exit. He left the building before she did, positioning himself in the car park where he knew she would emerge. The knife he had purchased earlier that day was ready. Molly walked out of Pure Gym and headed toward her car, likely thinking about her plans for the rest of the evening, or perhaps looking forward to getting home to her family. The Dockside car park was reasonably well lit and populated with other people coming and going from the various shops and restaurants in the complex. She reached her car and got inside, a routine action she had performed thousands of times before. But as she settled into the driver's seat, Joshua approached the vehicle. What happened next would be witnessed by multiple people and captured on security cameras, creating a horrific record of the final moments of Molly McLaren's life. Joshua launched a frenzied attack on Molly. As she sat in her car, using the kitchen knife he had purchased that morning, he began stabbing her repeatedly in the head and neck region. The attack was so violent and sustained that witnesses later described it as being like a frenzy. One witness, Benjamin Morton, showed remarkable courage in attempting to intervene. He tried to pull Joshua away from Molly and stop the attack, but Joshua was so consumed with his murderous rage that he continued the assault even as Morton tried to restrain him. The attack was so vicious that Joshua continued stabbing even when one of his legs was hanging out of the car door. The scene in the car park was one of absolute horror. Other witnesses called for help, but there was little that could be done. In those few terrible minutes, Joshua Stimson stabbed Molly McLaren 75 times, ensuring that the young woman who had dared to end their relationship would never have the chance to build a life without him. Emergency services arrived as quickly as they could, but Molly's injuries were too severe for any medical intervention to be effective. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Her life ended at just 23 years old, by someone who had once claimed to care for her. Joshua made no attempt to flee the scene. He was apprehended immediately, covered in Molly's blood and still in possession of the murder weapon. His capture was swift and certain. There was no question about who had committed this horrific crime. The news of Molly's murder sent shockwaves through her community. Her family, friends, and fellow students at the University of Kent struggled to comprehend how someone so full of life and promise could be gone so suddenly, and in such a brutal manner. The randomness of it, a routine trip to the gym ending in murder, made the tragedy even more difficult to process. Doug and Joe McLaren faced every parent's worst nightmare. The daughter they had raised with love and care, the young woman who represented all their hopes and dreams for the future, had been stolen from them by someone they had welcomed into their home. The man who had sat at their dinner table and presented himself as someone who cared for their daughter had revealed himself to be her killer. The police investigation into Molly's murder was thorough but straightforward in terms of establishing the basic facts. The attack had been witnessed by multiple people, captured on security cameras, and Joshua had been apprehended at the scene with the murder weapon. There was no question about who had killed Molly McLaren. However, the investigation also revealed the broader context of Joshua's behavior. painting a picture of a man whose obsession with control had escalated to the point of murder. Detectives uncovered evidence of his stalking behavior, his harassment of Molly after their breakup, and his disregard for police warnings to leave her alone. Perhaps most disturbing, the investigation revealed that Molly was not Joshua's only victim of stalking behavior. Evidence emerged that he had previously stalked 2 other former girlfriends, suggesting a pattern of behavior that had been escalating over time. This information painted a picture of a serial stalker who had finally crossed the line from psychological abuse to physical violence. The evidence collected by investigators included the security footage of Joshua purchasing the knife, the gym surveillance showing him watching Molly, and the horrific footage of the attack itself. There were also the text messages Molly had sent to friends expressing her fear of Joshua, and records of the police warnings he had received and ignored. Joshua Stimson's trial began in early 2018 at Maidstone Crown Court. While he admitted to manslaughter, claiming that he had been provoked or had acted in a moment of lost control, he initially pleaded not guilty to murder. This defense strategy was an attempt to avoid the most serious charges by arguing that the killing had not been premeditated. However, the evidence presented during the trial painted a clear picture of a calculated and deliberate murder. The purchase of the knife earlier that day, the stalking behavior that had preceded the attack, and the sustained nature of the assault all pointed to premeditation rather than a spontaneous act of violence. Prosecutors presented a compelling case that Joshua had armed himself with a deadly weapon and waited for an opportunity to attack Molly in a location where she would be vulnerable. The fact that he had followed her to the gym and positioned himself to attack her as he reached her car demonstrated planning and intent. The defense's attempts to characterize this as anything other than premeditated murder were undermined by the sheer brutality of the attack. 75 stab wounds cannot be explained away as a moment of lost control or an act of passion. This was a sustained, vicious assault designed to ensure that Molly McLaren would not survive. Claire Prodger, from the Crown Prosecution Service, summarized the case succinctly. Joshua Stimson had armed himself with a knife and carried out a violent attack in broad daylight which robbed a young woman of her future. The evidence was clear, compelling, and overwhelming. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before reaching their verdict. Guilty of murder. The evidence had been so clear and the case so straightforward that there was little doubt about Joshua's guilt or the nature of his crime. During the sentencing hearing, Judge Williams delivered a statement that captured both the horror of Joshua's actions and the impact of his crime. She described it as a cruel, calculated, and cowardly act, words that seemed inadequate to capture the full enormity of what had been done to Molly McLaren. Joshua Stimson was sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum term of 26 years. This meant that he would not even be eligible for parole consideration until he had served more than a quarter of a century behind bars. For a man who was 25 years old at the time of his sentencing, this effectively meant that the prime years of his life would be spent in prison. The sentence reflected the severity of the crime and the aggravating factors that had surrounded it. The judge specifically noted the stalking behavior that had preceded the murder, the disregard for police warnings, and the calculated nature of the attack. There were no mitigating factors that could excuse or explain away what Joshua had done. Molly McLaren's murder became more than just another tragic crime. It became a symbol of the dangers faced by women who try to leave controlling relationships and the inadequacy of existing systems to protect them. Her case highlighted the reality that doing everything right, reporting harassment to police, seeking support from family and friends, trying to maintain normal routines, sometimes isn't enough to ensure safety. The case also drew attention to the role of social media in dating apps and modern stalking behavior. Joshua had used digital platforms to monitor and harass Molly, demonstrating how technology that was designed to bring people together could be weaponized by those with malicious intent. Molly's parents, Doug and Joe McLaren, became advocates for greater awareness about stalking and its dangers. They spoke about the warning signs they wished they had recognized earlier, and the need for better education about the progression from controlling behavior to violence. Their advocacy was driven by the hope that other families might be spared the devastation they had experienced. The case contributed to ongoing discussions about how police respond to reports of stalking and harassment. While the officers who dealt with Molly's report had followed proper procedures and warned Joshua to stop his behavior, the fact that he ignored these warnings and escalated to murder raised questions about whether more could have been done to protect her. In the years since her death, Molly McLaren has been remembered not just as a victim of a horrific crime, but as a vibrant young woman whose life was full of promise and potential. Her friends and family have worked to ensure that her memory is defined by the person she was. Kind, ambitious, caring, and full of life rather than solely by the manner of her death. The University of Kent, where Molly was studying, has implemented programs aimed at educating students about healthy relationships and the warning signs of controlling behavior. These initiatives represent part of Molly's legacy, the hope that education and awareness might prevent other young people from finding themselves in similar dangerous situations. Molly's story has been featured in multiple documentaries and television programs examining stalking, domestic violence, and the intersection of technology with personal safety. These productions have helped to keep her case in the public consciousness and have contributed to ongoing conversations about how society can better protect vulnerable individuals. Her case has also been studied by law enforcement agencies, victim advocacy groups, and researchers interested in understanding the progression from stalking to violence. The detailed record of Joshua's escalating behavior provides valuable insights into how controlling relationships can develop and deteriorate into deadly violence. One of the most troubling aspects of Molly's case is how it illustrates the ways in which modern technology can be exploited by stalkers and abusers. Joshua used social media platforms to monitor Molly's activities, and dating apps to initially establish contact with her. The digital footprint of their relationship provided a detailed record of his escalating obsession. The case highlighted how dating apps, while offering convenient ways for people to meet potential partners, can also provide platforms for predatory individuals to identify and target victims. The anonymity and accessibility of these platforms can make it easier for people with malicious intent to initiate contact with unsuspecting users. Social media monitoring, which Joshua engaged in extensively, represents a form of stalking that didn't exist in previous generations. The ability to track someone's activities, see their interactions with others, and maintain surveillance from a distance has created new avenues for obsessive and controlling behavior. The digital evidence in Molly's case, including text messages expressing her fear, social media posts, and electronic communications, provided crucial evidence for prosecutors. However, this same technology that helped convict her killer had also been used as a tool to terrorize her during the final weeks of her life. Molly McLaren's murder offers several important lessons about recognizing and responding to stalking behavior. The escalation from what initially seemed like normal relationship dynamics to controlling behavior and finally to deadly violence followed a pattern that experts in domestic violence recognize as common. The warning signs were present throughout Joshua's relationship with Molly. His desire to control her activities, his monitoring of her social media, his inability to accept the end of their relationship, and his escalating harassment after she left him. Understanding these warning signs and taking them seriously could potentially save lives in similar situations. The case also demonstrates the importance of taking stalking seriously at every level. From friends and family members who notice concerning behavior, to law enforcement agencies who receive reports of harassment. While police did respond appropriately to Molly's report, the tragic outcome suggests that more needs to be done to protect victims of stalking. Education about healthy relationships, particularly for young people who are navigating dating in the digital age, represents another crucial element of prevention. Understanding what constitutes normal, respectful behavior in relationships, and recognizing red flags early, can help people avoid dangerous situations. Despite the conviction of Joshua Stimson and the extensive coverage of Molly's case, stalking and intimate partner violence continue to claim lives. Statistics show that approximately one woman is killed by a current or former partner every 4 days in the UK, with many of these deaths preceded by stalking behavior. The challenges of protecting stalking victims are complex and multifaceted. Legal systems struggle to balance the rights of individuals with the need to protect potential victims. Technology continues to evolve in ways that create new opportunities for stalkers while also providing new tools for law enforcement. Support services for stalking victims remain underfunded and overextended in many areas. The recognition of stalking as a serious precursor to violence has improved, but translating that recognition into effective protection for victims remains an ongoing challenge. The role of friends, family members, and communities in recognizing and responding to stalking behavior continues to be crucial. Often those closest to potential victims are the first to notice concerning patterns of behavior, and their response can make the difference between safety and tragedy. As we reach the end of Molly McLaren's story, it's important to remember that behind the legal proceedings, the media coverage, and the policy discussions, was a real person whose life was ended far too soon. Molly was 23 years old when she died. the same age at which many people are just beginning to discover who they want to become as adults. She was a daughter who brought joy to her parents, a friend who was valued by those who knew her, and a student working toward a future that would never come to pass. Her death represents not just the loss of one life, but the loss of all the contributions she might have made, all the relationships she might have formed, and all the experiences she would never have. The brutality of her death, 75 stab wounds inflicted by someone who would claim to care for her, serves as a stark reminder of the capacity for violence that can lurk beneath the surface of seemingly normal relationships. It demonstrates how quickly controlling behavior can escalate to deadly violence when the person being controlled attempts to assert their independence. Joshua Stimpson's 26-year minimum sentence means that he will spend decades behind bars. But no amount of imprisonment can restore what was taken from Molly, her family, and her community. Justice in this case can only mean ensuring that he cannot harm anyone else. And then Molly's story serves as a warning to others about the dangers of stalking and controlling behavior. The murder of Molly McLaren stands as a tragic reminder of the reality that many women face when they try to leave controlling relationships. Her story is one of a young woman who did everything she was supposed to do. She recognized problematic behavior. She sought help from law enforcement. She tried to maintain her normal routines, and yet still became a victim of the most extreme form of domestic violence. In the quiet darkness of this true crime story, we find not just horror, but also important lessons about recognition, prevention, and the need for continued vigilance in protecting those who may be vulnerable to stalking and intimate partner violence. Molly's legacy lives on in the awareness her case has raised and in the ongoing efforts to prevent similar tragedies. As we conclude this examination of a life lost too soon, we remember Molly McLaren not just as a victim of a terrible crime, but as a person whose story continues to have meaning and impact years after her death. In that remembrance, and in the lessons learned from her tragedy, there is perhaps some small measure of purpose to be found in an otherwise senseless loss. Her parents continue to honor her memory through their advocacy work, ensuring that Molly's story serves as both a warning and a call to action, in their strength and determination to prevent other families from experiencing such loss. We see the best of human nature emerging from the worst of circumstances. The case of Molly McLaren reminds us that behind every crime statistic is a real person whose life mattered, whose death created ripples of pain and loss that continue to be felt, and whose story deserves to be remembered with both sorrow for what was lost and determination to prevent such losses in the future. Rest in peace, Molly McLaren. Your story will not be forgotten. Please, if this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to the channel where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight we're traveling to the small town of Mayfield, Kentucky, where a tragic case unfolded in the summer of 2000. A case that would challenge everything we think we know about justice, truth, and the complicated nature of criminal investigations. It was August 1st, 2000. The summer heat hung heavy over western Kentucky, and the morning sun cast long shadows across the quiet grounds of Mayfield Middle School. What should have been just another peaceful summer day in this small town of about 10,000 people was about to become something far more sinister. A maintenance worker making his routine rounds behind the school building noticed something that didn't belong. At first glance, it might have looked like debris, something left behind by teenagers or blown in by the wind. But as he approached, the horrible truth became clear. It was a human body badly burned and in an advanced state of decomposition. The victim was 18-year-old Jessica Curran, a young black woman who had recently become a mother. Her partially clothed body told a story of unimaginable violence. Investigators would later determine that she had been sexually assaulted, murdered, and then set on fire in an attempt to destroy evidence. Near her body, they found a burnt belt and clumps of hair, grim remnants of what appeared to be a carefully planned attempt to cover up the crime. Jessica's body showed signs of having been there for several days. The medical examiner would estimate that she had died sometime between July 29th and August 1st. But who was Jessica Curran?
And how had she ended up behind this middle school in such horrific circumstances? Jessica Curran was just beginning her adult life when it was so brutally cut short. At 18, she was navigating the challenges of young motherhood while trying to build a future for herself and her child. Those who knew her described her as a quiet young woman who kept mostly to herself, someone who was trying to make her way in a world that hadn't always been kind to her. Like many small towns in Kentucky, Mayfield had its share of social complexities. Jessica, as a young black woman in a predominantly white community, faced challenges that others might not fully understand. The dynamics of race and class would later play a role in how her case was investigated and prosecuted, adding layers of complexity to an already tragic situation. In the days before her death, Jessica had been staying with various friends and acquaintances. Her movements during those final days would become crucial to investigators, though the picture they painted would prove to be frustratingly incomplete. She had been seen around town, but the exact sequence of events leading to her death remained shrouded in mystery. When news of Jessica's murder broke, it sent shockwaves through the quiet community of Mayfield. Violent crimes, especially ones this brutal, were rare in Graves County. The local police department, more accustomed to handling minor infractions and domestic disputes, suddenly found themselves in charge of a complex homicide investigation. From the beginning, the investigation was plagued with problems. The crime scene was not properly secured, and valuable evidence may have been compromised or lost. In small-town police departments, resources are often limited, and experience with major crimes can be lacking. What Jessica's case needed was careful, methodical detective work. What it got was something far less thorough. The initial investigation yielded few solid leads. The location where Jessica's body was found was accessible to anyone. It wasn't a remote area, but it was secluded enough that someone could have brought her there without being seen. The fact that her body had been burned suggested that her killer had tried to destroy forensic evidence, which complicated efforts to gather DNA or other physical proof. Months passed without significant progress. In cases like this, the first 48 hours are crucial, but those critical early days had yielded little useful information. The trail was growing cold, and Jessica's family was left wondering if her killer would ever be brought to justice. 3 years later, in 2003, the case suddenly gained new momentum. New witnesses came forward with information that would reshape the entire investigation. But with this new information came new questions about reliability, motivation, and the nature of truth itself. The break came through a series of connected arrests and statements from individuals who claimed to have knowledge of what happened to Jessica. These weren't random witnesses who had stumbled upon information. They were people with their own legal troubles, facing charges that could result in significant prison time. The reliability of their testimony would later become a central point of controversy. Two sisters, Venetia and Victoria Cross, were arrested on charges related to Jessica's murder. During questioning, they provided statements that implicated their brother, Quincy Omar Cross, in Jessica's death. According to their accounts, Quincy had not only killed Jessica, but had sexually assaulted her and then enlisted their help in disposing of her body. The sisters' stories provided investigators with a narrative that seemed to explain the crime. They described how Quincy had allegedly encountered Jessica, assaulted and killed her, and then burned her body to hide the evidence. Their testimony included specific details about the crime scene that appeared to match what investigators had found. Quincy Omar Cross was 24 years old when he was arrested for Jessica's murder. Unlike his sisters, who had plea bargained their way to reduce charges, Quincy maintained his innocence from the moment he was arrested. He claimed that he had never met Jessica Curran and had no involvement in her death whatsoever. This presented investigators with a puzzling situation. Here was a man whose own sisters were willing to testify that he had committed one of the most heinous crimes imaginable. Yet he steadfastly denied any knowledge of the victim or the crime. Either Quincy was lying in the face of overwhelming evidence, or something far more complex was happening. Quincy's background painted a picture of a young man who had already had run-ins with the law, but nothing approaching the level of violence described in Jessica's murder. He had faced charges for property crimes and drug-related offenses, the kind of charges that were unfortunately common among young men in economically disadvantaged areas. The rape and murder represented a significant escalation that seemed inconsistent with his previous behavior. As the case against him developed, Quincy found himself in the position of having to prove his innocence rather than prosecutors having to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The testimony of his sisters formed the cornerstone of the case against him, but was their word enough to convict a man of such serious crimes? When Quincy Cross's trial began in 2008, 8 years after Jessica's death,
It attracted significant attention in the local community. The brutal nature of the crime, combined with the unusual circumstances of the case, siblings testifying against their brother, made it a story that captivated and horrified residents of western Kentucky. The prosecution's case relied heavily on the testimony of Venetia and Victoria Cross. They painted a picture of their brother as someone capable of extreme violence, someone who had confessed to them about killing Jessica and had forced them to help dispose of evidence. Their accounts were detailed and emotionally compelling, describing not just the crime itself but also the fear they felt of their brother. But there were troubling aspects to their testimony. Both sisters had significant legal troubles of their own, and had negotiated plea deals in exchange for their cooperation. This created an obvious incentive for them to tell prosecutors what they wanted to hear. Regardless of whether it was true, defense attorneys highlighted these inconsistencies and motivations, arguing that the sisters' testimony was unreliable. Perhaps most significantly, there was no physical evidence connecting Quincy to the crime. In an era when DNA evidence had become increasingly important in criminal cases, the complete absence of any forensic link between Quincy and Jessica was notable. No DNA, no fingerprints, no fibers. Nothing that would typically be expected in such a violent crime. The prosecution also relied on testimony from a jailhouse informant, another convicted criminal who claimed that Quincy had confessed to him while they were incarcerated together. Jailhouse informant testimony has long been controversial in the criminal justice system, as these witnesses often have significant incentives to fabricate stories in hopes of reducing their own sentences. After deliberating for just 3 hours and 45 minutes, the jury returned with guilty verdicts on all charges: capital kidnapping, intentional murder, first-degree rape, first-degree sodomy, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with physical evidence. Quincy Omar Cross was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For many in the community, the verdict brought a sense of closure. Jessica's killer had been identified and punished, and justice had been served. But for others, including Quincy's supporters, and eventually even some members of Jessica's own family, questions remained about whether the right person had been convicted. The speed of the jury's deliberation was particularly striking. In less than 4 hours, 12 jurors had weighed testimony, evidence and arguments in a case involving multiple serious felonies and a potential life sentence. Either the evidence was so overwhelming that little discussion was needed, or the jury had made up their minds before deliberations even began. In the years following Quincy's conviction, doubts about the case began to surface from unexpected quarters. Most surprisingly, Jessica's own father, Joe Curran, began to question whether the right person had been convicted for his daughter's murder. Joe Curran's change of heart didn't happen overnight. Initially, like many family members of murder victims, he had been satisfied that someone was being held accountable for his daughter's death. But as he learned more about the case and the evidence, or lack thereof, against Quincy, he began to harbor serious doubts. The complete absence of physical evidence was particularly troubling. In a crime as violent as Jessica's murder, it would be expected that some trace evidence would connect the perpetrator to the victim or the crime scene. The fact that investigators found no DNA, fingerprints, or other forensic evidence linking Quincy to the crime raised significant questions. Additionally, the reliability of the prosecution's key witnesses became increasingly questionable. Both sisters who testified against Quincy had significant legal problems and clear incentives to cooperate with prosecutors. The jailhouse informant had a long criminal history and faced his own potential sentence reduction for his cooperation. As doubts about Quincy's conviction grew, his case came to the attention of the Kentucky Innocence Project, an organization dedicated to investigating claims of wrongful conviction. These legal advocates specialize in cases where there are questions about the reliability of evidence, or the fairness of the legal proceedings. The Innocence Project's investigation revealed several troubling aspects of the original case. They found that the police investigation had been inadequate from the beginning, with crucial evidence potentially mishandled or overlooked. They also discovered that some witnesses had given contradictory statements that were not fully explored during the original investigation. Perhaps most significantly, they found that the prosecution's case relied entirely on witness testimony that was highly questionable. The complete absence of physical evidence, combined with the clear incentives for prosecution witnesses to fabricate their stories, created what advocates argued was a reasonable doubt that had not been properly considered by the original jury. The Innocence Project also uncovered information suggesting that other potential suspects had not been adequately investigated.
In their zeal to build a case against Quincy based on his sister's testimony, investigators may have overlooked other leads that could have led to the real killer. Joe Curran's journey from believing in his daughter's killer's conviction to advocating for his release is one of the most compelling aspects of this case. It takes extraordinary courage for the parent of a murder victim to publicly question a conviction, knowing that it means acknowledging that their child's real killer may still be free. In interviews and public statements, Joe Curran has explained that his primary concern is not protecting Quincy Cross, but ensuring that justice is truly served for Jessica. If the wrong person was convicted, then not only has an innocent man lost his freedom, but Jessica's real killer has escaped accountability. This sentiment reflects a deeper understanding of what justice actually means. True justice isn't just about punishing anyone. For a crime, it's about ensuring that the right person is held accountable and that the truth, however uncomfortable, is revealed. Joe Curran's advocacy has been crucial in keeping attention focused on the case and the questions surrounding Quincy's conviction. His voice carries particular weight because he has no incentive to protect Quincy if he truly believes Quincy killed his daughter. His support for Quincy's claims of innocence comes from a careful examination of the evidence, not from any emotional attachment to the accused. Jessica Curran's case raises important questions about the criminal justice system and how it handles cases involving marginalized communities. The initial investigation was inadequate, potentially allowing crucial evidence to be lost or contaminated. The prosecution's reliance on questionable witness testimony, rather than physical evidence, reflects problems that extend far beyond this single case. The racial dynamics of the case cannot be ignored. Jessica was a young black woman in a predominantly white community, and Quincy is a black man convicted largely on the testimony of family members facing their own criminal charges. Research has consistently shown that cases involving black victims receive less thorough investigation, and black defendants are more likely to be convicted on questionable evidence. The case also highlights the problems with jailhouse informant testimony and the dangers of offering incentives to witnesses in exchange for their cooperation. When people facing serious criminal charges are offered the opportunity to reduce their sentences by providing testimony, the temptation to fabricate or embellish stories becomes enormous. Today, more than 2 decades after Jessica Curran's brutal murder, questions about the case continue to mount. Quincy Omar Cross remains in prison, maintaining his innocence and fighting for a new trial or appeal that might examine the evidence more thoroughly. The case has attracted national attention, with podcasts, television shows, and news articles examining the evidence and the questions surrounding Quincy's conviction. This attention has kept pressure on legal authorities to reconsider the case, though progress has been slow. For Jessica's family, the ongoing questions about the case mean that their grief remains complicated by uncertainty. While they want justice for Jessica, they also want to ensure that justice is real, and not just the appearance of resolution. The case serves as a reminder that the truth in criminal cases is often more complex than it initially appears. What seems like a straightforward case of guilt and punishment can, upon closer examination, reveal layers of doubt and uncertainty that challenge our assumptions about justice and accountability. While legal advocates and journalists debate the evidence and the reliability of witness testimony, it's important to remember the human cost of this case. Jessica Curran was a real person, a young woman with hopes and dreams who became a mother before her life was violently cut short. Her death represents not just a crime to be solved, but a life lost and a family forever changed. For Quincy Cross, if he is indeed innocent, the cost has been equally devastating. He has spent years in prison for crimes he maintains he did not commit, watching as his own life passes by behind bars. His family has been torn apart by the accusations and the trial, with siblings testifying against each other in ways that may never heal. The broader community has also paid a price. If Quincy is innocent, then Jessica's real killer has never been caught, leaving residents with the uncomfortable knowledge that a murderer may still be among them. The case has also damaged trust in local law enforcement and the justice system more generally. The Jessica Curran case offers several important lessons about how criminal investigations should and should not be conducted. The initial mishandling of the crime scene and evidence shows the importance of proper training and resources for local law enforcement agencies. Small-town police departments often lack the experience and expertise needed to handle complex murder investigations. The reliance on questionable witness testimony highlights the need for more rigorous standards when evaluating the credibility of prosecution witnesses, particularly when those witnesses have clear incentives to cooperate with authorities. The complete absence of physical evidence in a violent crime case should raise red flags about the strength of the prosecution's case. The case also demonstrates the importance of adequate defense representation. In cases where circumstantial evidence and witness testimony form the bulk of the prosecution's case, defense attorneys must be prepared to thoroughly investigate and challenge every aspect of the allegations. As we reflect on Jessica Curran's case, we're reminded that the search for truth and justice is often a long and complicated process. Simple narratives of guilt and innocence may be satisfying, but real cases involve complex human relationships, flawed investigations, and imperfect information. The advocacy efforts on behalf of Quincy Cross continue, with legal teams working to uncover new evidence and challenge the original conviction. At the same time, if Quincy is indeed innocent, the search for Jessica's real killer remains an open question that may never be fully answered. The case serves as a sobering reminder that our criminal justice system, while generally effective, is not infallible. When doubts arise about a conviction, particularly in a case involving such serious crimes and such questionable evidence, those doubts deserve serious consideration and investigation. As we conclude this story, we're left with more questions than answers. Did Quincy Omar Cross kill Jessica Curran, or is he an innocent man serving life in prison for crimes he didn't commit? Was the original investigation adequate, or were crucial leads overlooked in the rush to close a difficult case? These questions may never be fully resolved, but they remind us of the importance of maintaining a healthy skepticism about even seemingly straightforward criminal cases. The search for truth requires persistence, courage, and a willingness to follow evidence, wherever it leads, even when that path is uncomfortable or inconvenient. Jessica Curran deserved better than the brutal end to her young life. And she deserves better than questions about whether her real killer was ever caught. Whether that killer is Quincy Cross is a jury determined, or someone else who has escaped justice, remains one of the most troubling unsolved questions in this tragic case. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, perhaps you'll reflect on the complexity of truth and justice, the importance of never giving up the search for both, in Jessica's memory and for the sake of anyone who might be wrongfully imprisoned. That search must continue. The case of Jessica Curran reminds us that behind every true crime story are real people whose lives have been forever changed by violence, loss, and the imperfect human search for justice. In remembering Jessica and questioning what really happened to her, we honor both her memory and our commitment to truth. Rest in peace, Jessica Curran. Your story continues to matter, and the search for justice in your case continues, even as the rest of us settle in for a peaceful night's sleep. Please, if you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. Let me know where you're listening from and what time it is in your corner of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight, we journey to the small city of Ocala, Florida, where Spanish moss drapes ancient oak trees, and limestone quarries dot the landscape like forgotten scars. It's a place where everyone knows everyone, where teenage drama unfolds on Facebook walls and in school hallways. But in April 2011, what began as typical adolescent conflict would spiral into something far more sinister, a brutal murder that would shock even seasoned investigators with its calculated cruelty. This is the story of Seth Tyler Jackson, a 15-year-old boy who loved four-wheeling with his family, who had a gentle way with animals, and whose life was cut short by those he once considered friends. It's a story about jealousy, manipulation, and how quickly love can transform into something deadly. Seth Tyler Jackson was the kind of teenager you'd remember long after meeting him, with sandy brown hair that caught the Florida sun and a smile that seemed to light up every room he entered. He had that effortless charm that draws people in. Born in 1995, Seth was raised in Marion County, Florida, in the heart of horse country, where rolling pastures stretch endlessly under vast blue skies. He was particularly close to his family, his parents Scott and Sonia Jackson, and his siblings. The Jackson family was tight-knit, the kind that gathered for Sunday dinners and spent weekends exploring the backwoods of Central Florida on ATVs. Seth had inherited his father's adventurous spirit and his mother's kind heart, traits that made him popular among his peers at Bellevue High School. Friends described Seth as loyal to a fault, someone who would drop everything to help a friend in need. He had a particular soft spot for animals, often bringing home stray cats and dogs, much to his parents' good-natured exasperation.
In many ways, CF embodied the best of small-town Florida youth, outdoorsy, friendly, and optimistic about the future that lay ahead. But like many teenagers, Sewar was navigating the complicated waters of first love, and it was this journey that would ultimately lead him down a path from which there would be no return. In the fall of 2010, Saif began dating Amber Wright, a 15-year-old girl with long blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. Amber was considered one of the prettier girls at their school, and their relationship quickly became the talk of their social circle. For several months, they seemed happy together, posting pictures on Facebook, attending school events, and doing all the things teenage couples do. But their relationship was turbulent from the start. Both CF and Amber had strong personalities, and their arguments were as passionate as their affection. Friends would later describe their relationship as intense. When they were good, they were inseparable, but when they fought, it was explosive. The relationship began to sour in early 2011. Amber had grown tired of what she perceived as Seeth's controlling behavior, while Seeth struggled with Amber's flirtations with other boys. The final straw came when Amber began talking to Michael Bargo, an 18-year-old with a reputation for trouble. Michael Shane Bargo Jr. was everything Saith wasn't. Where Saith was wholesome and optimistic, Michael was dark and brooding. At 18, he was older than most of the kids in their circle, and he carried himself with the swagger of someone who believed the rules didn't apply to him. He had already had several run-ins with law enforcement for minor infractions, and there was something about his intense stare that made people uncomfortable. Michael had noticed Amber months before she broke up with Seeth, and he'd been waiting for his chance. When their relationship ended in March 2011, Michael wasted no time moving in. Within days, Amber and Michael were officially together, and their relationship seemed to be built on a foundation of their mutual disdain for Seeth Jackson. What followed was a social media war that would become legendary among their peers. Facebook became the battlefield where insults flew back and forth between Seeth and Michael, with Amber often caught in the middle, or sometimes fanning the flames herself. The post started innocuously enough. Seeth would write vague status updates about fake friends and moving on from toxic people. Michael would respond with more direct threats, warning Seeth to stay away from Amber and making comments about what would happen if he didn't. Their friends began taking sides, with comment threads becoming increasingly heated. But the online harassment wasn't limited to Facebook. Michael began a campaign of intimidation that extended into the real world. He would drive by Sial's house at night, revving his engine. He'd show up at places where he knew Sial would be, always accompanied by friends, always making his presence known in a way that felt threatening. Kyle Hooper, Amber's 16-year-old stepbrother, was one of Michael's most enthusiastic supporters in this campaign. Kyle had never particularly liked Seeth, viewing him as arrogant and entitled. When Michael suggested that Seeth needed to be taught a lesson, Kyle was eager to help. The harassment escalated when investigators were never able to determine who created fake Facebook accounts to spread rumors about Seeth. Posts appeared claiming he had sexually transmitted diseases, that he had been caught stealing, that he was planning to hurt Amber. These lies spread through their social network like wildfire, damaging Seeth's reputation and isolating him from some of his friends. Friends would later testify that Samuel was deeply hurt by these attacks. He'd always prided himself on his good reputation, and seeing lies spread about him online was devastating. But rather than backing down, Samuelowitz decided to fight back, posting his own responses and defending himself against the allegations. This only made Michael angrier. In messages to friends, he began talking about wanting to handle the Seeth situation permanently. These weren't idle threats, as Michael was beginning to formulate a plan. As March turned to April 2011, the situation continued to deteriorate. What had started as typical teenage drama was evolving into something much darker. Michael's threats became more specific and more violent. In text messages that would later be recovered by investigators, he talked about wanting to break every bone in Seeth's body and make him disappear. It was around this time that Michael began recruiting others to his cause. In addition to Kyle Hooper, he brought in Charlie K. Ely, an 18-year-old who owned a house in Summerfield, a small unincorporated community just outside Ocala. Charlie was known for having parties at her place, and her house had become a regular hangout for the group. Justin Soto, a 20-year-old who was dating Charlie, was also drawn into the plan. Justin was older than the others, and had a criminal record, which gave him a certain credibility in Michael's eyes. He was also known to be easily influenced, and eager to please his friends, especially Charlie. The group began meeting regularly to discuss their Seath problem. What had started as venting sessions gradually became planning sessions. They talked about different ways to hurt or humiliate Seath, with the ideas becoming progressively more violent. Meanwhile, Seath remained largely unaware of the depth of the conspiracy forming against him. He knew Michael didn't like him, and he'd heard about some of the threats, but he couldn't have imagined that his ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend were actively planning to harm him. In his worldview, people might fight or argue, but they didn't seriously plot to hurt each other. This naivety, which was part of what made him so likable, would ultimately contribute to his downfall. On April 15, 2011, just 2 days before the murder, Michael made his intentions clear to the group. According to later testimony, he told them that he wanted to kill Seath Jackson. Not hurt him, not scare him, kill him. And he had a plan for how to do it. The plan Michael devised was as simple as it was effective. They would use the one thing that could guarantee Seath would come to them willingly: his lingering feelings for Amber Wright, despite everything that had happened. The breakup, the online harassment, the threats. Seath still cared for Amber. Friends later said he had hoped they might reconcile eventually, that once the drama died down, they could find their way back to each other. Michael and his co-conspirators were counting on this hope to lure Seath to his death. On the evening of April 17, 2011, Amber sent Seath a text message. The tone was different from their recent communications, softer, more like the girl he had fallen in love with months earlier. She told him she missed him and wanted to talk. She suggested they could work things out, that maybe they had both been too hasty in giving up on their relationship. Seath was thrilled. Here was the message he had been hoping to receive for weeks. Without hesitation, he agreed to come see her. Amber told him to meet her at Charlie Lee's house on Summerfield Road. She said they could have privacy there to talk things through without interference from friends or family. What Seath didn't know was that Michael, Kyle, Charlie, and Justin were all waiting at the house, prepared to carry out their plan. They had spent hours that day preparing, gathering weapons and discussing exactly what they would do once Seath arrived. The house on Summerfield Road was perfect for their purposes. It sat on a large lot surrounded by trees, isolated enough that screams wouldn't be heard by neighbors. There was a fire pit in the backyard, which would prove crucial to their plan. Charlie had made sure her parents wouldn't be home that evening, giving them complete privacy to carry out their horrific scheme. As the sun began to set over Marion County on that warm April evening, Seath Jackson prepared to leave his family home for the last time. He told his parents he was going to meet a friend and would be back later. They had no reason to worry. Their son was responsible and rarely stayed out late on school nights. Seath climbed into his car and began the drive to Summerfield, his heart full of hope that this night might mark the beginning of a reconciliation with the girl he still loved. He had no idea he was driving toward a carefully orchestrated trap, or that the 5 people waiting for him had already decided he would never leave that house alive. Seath arrived at Charlie Alley's house around 8 p.m. on April 17, 2011. The modest, single-story home sat back from the road, surrounded by the thick Florida vegetation that provided perfect cover for what was about to unfold. As he pulled into the driveway, Seath would have seen Amber's car already there, which likely reassured him that this was indeed a genuine attempt at reconciliation. Amber met him at the door, smiling and acting as if nothing had changed between them. She led him inside, where Charlie greeted him normally, offering him something to drink. To Seath, everything seemed fine, just a casual evening with people he thought were his friends. But Michael Bargo was hiding in a back bedroom, waiting for the signal to begin the attack. Kyle Hooper and Justin Soto were also positioned throughout the house, ready to spring into action. The trap had been set, and Seath Jackson had walked right into it. The exact sequence of events that followed would later be pieced together through confessions, forensic evidence, and witness testimony. What investigators discovered was a level of brutality that shocked even experienced homicide detectives. The attack began suddenly and without warning. As Seath sat in the living room talking with Amber and Charlie, Michael Bargo emerged from the back room and struck him in the head with a wooden object. Stunned and bleeding, Seath tried to defend himself, but he was outnumbered and caught completely off guard. Kyle Hooper joined the assault, and together he and Michael began beating Seath mercilessly. The 15-year-old boy fought back as best he could, but he was no match for his attackers. Despite the savage beating he was receiving, Seath managed to break free and ran toward the front door, desperately trying to escape. But Michael Bargo had planned for this possibility. He produced a .22 caliber Heritage Arms revolver and shot Seath multiple times as the boy tried to flee. Even wounded and dying, Seath's survival instinct was strong, and he continued trying to get away from his attackers. According to later testimony, Michael then delivered the fatal shots, ensuring that Seath Jackson would never leave that house alive. The entire attack had taken less than 10 minutes, but in that brief time they had destroyed a young life and irrevocably changed their own futures. With Seath Jackson dead on the floor of Charlie Alley's living room, the 5 conspirators now faced the problem of disposing of the body. But Michael Bargo had planned for this too. In the hours before the murder, they had prepared what they thought would be the perfect way to eliminate all evidence of their crime. The group dragged Seath's body to the bathroom, where they placed it in the bathtub. In a detail that would particularly horrify investigators and the public, they then broke Seath's knees so his body would fit into a sleeping bag they had acquired for this purpose. This act of post-mortem mutilation demonstrated the complete lack of humanity that had driven them to this point. Once they had managed to stuff Seath's body into the sleeping bag, they carried it to the backyard where Charlie Alley had a fire pit. They had spent considerable time that day gathering wood and accelerants, preparing for this moment. As night fell over Summerfield, they set the sleeping bag on fire, hoping to completely destroy any evidence of their crime. Neighbors would later report seeing flames shooting 20 feet into the air from the direction of Charlie's house that night. The fire was so intense that it singed the leaves on nearby oak trees. What they were witnessing was the destruction of Seath Jackson's mortal remains, though they had no way of knowing the horror that was taking place just a few hundred yards from their own homes. The burning process took hours, and the 5 killers took turns feeding the fire and ensuring that nothing recognizable remained. They were methodical in their destruction, stirring the ashes and adding more fuel whenever flames began to die down. But their attempts to completely destroy the evidence were not entirely successful. When investigators later excavated the fire pit, they would find bone fragments and other physical evidence that would prove crucial to the prosecution's case. After the burning was complete, the group collected what remained of Seath's ashes and placed them in paint cans. They then drove to a limestone quarry in Ocala and dumped the cans into the water, hoping the evidence would sink to the bottom and never be recovered. On the morning of April 18, 2011, Scott and Sonia Jackson woke up to discover that their son had never come home. This was completely out of character for Seath, who was responsible about letting his parents know where he was and when he'd be back. Growing increasingly worried as the morning progressed without any word from their son, they decided to report him missing to the Marion County Sheriff's Office. The initial response was fairly routine. Teenagers sometimes stayed out all night, and it wasn't unusual for them to lose track of time or have car trouble. But as deputies began investigating Sada's disappearance, they quickly realized this was no ordinary missing person case. When investigators interviewed Seath's friends and classmates, they learned about the ongoing conflict with Michael Bargo and his group. They discovered the threatening Facebook posts and text messages, the harassment campaign, and the escalating tensions that had been building for weeks. Most importantly, they learned that Seath had gone to meet Amber Wright on the night he disappeared. When deputies went to speak with Amber, they found a group of teenagers whose stories didn't add up. Charlie Alley initially claimed that Seath had never come to her house, but when confronted with cell phone records showing that he had been in the area that night, she changed her story, admitting he had been there but claiming he had left after a brief visit. Amber Wright was equally evasive, providing contradictory accounts of her interactions with Seath that evening. She claimed they had texted about meeting up, but said he never actually came to Charlie's house. Kyle Hooper and Justin Soto also provided suspicious and inconsistent statements when questioned by investigators. Each of them seemed to be hiding something, and their stories about their activities on April 17th didn't align with each other or with the evidence. But it was Michael Bargo who ultimately sealed their fate, perhaps because he was the oldest and considered himself the smartest of the group. Michael initially refused to speak with investigators at all. His cocky, dismissive attitude immediately raised red flags for experienced detectives who had seen this behavior before. As the investigation progressed, forensic evidence began to paint a clearer picture of what had happened at Charlie Alley's house. Crime scene technicians processed the home and discovered blood evidence that had been hastily cleaned, but was still detectable with luminol testing. In the backyard, investigators found the fire pit, where witnesses had reported seeing the massive flames on the night Seath disappeared. When they excavated the pit, they discovered bone fragments, teeth, and other physical evidence that confirmed their worst fears.
C.F. Jackson had been murdered and his body destroyed in an attempt to cover up the crime. The limestone quarry where the group had dumped the paint cans containing C.F.'s ashes became another crucial piece of the investigation. Divers were brought in to search the murky waters, and they eventually recovered containers with human remains that were forensically matched to C.F. Jackson. But perhaps the most damning evidence came from the digital trail the killers had left behind. Text messages, Facebook posts, and cell phone records painted a clear picture of the conspiracy to murder C.F. Jackson. Investigators discovered communications between the conspirators discussing their plans, threatening C.F. and even coordinating the cover-up after the murder. As the evidence mounted, the 5 conspirators began to turn on each other. Charlie Yali was the first to break, admitting her role in the crime and providing details about what had happened that night. Her confession opened the floodgates, and soon Kyle Hooper and Justin Soto were also cooperating with investigators, each trying to minimize their own involvement while implicating the others. Amber Wright initially maintained her innocence, but when confronted with the overwhelming evidence against her, she too eventually admitted her role in luring Siath to his death. Her confession was particularly chilling, as she showed little remorse for her actions and seemed more concerned about the consequences she would face than about the life that had been lost. Michael Bargo remained defiant to the end, refusing to accept responsibility for his actions and showing no remorse for orchestrating C.F. Jackson's murder. His lack of empathy and continued threats against witnesses would ultimately work against him in court, where judges and juries would see him as an unrepentant killer who posed a continued danger to society. The legal proceedings that followed would span several years and involve multiple trials. Because the defendants were of different ages and had varying degrees of involvement in the crime, they were tried separately, each facing charges that reflected their individual roles in C.F. Jackson's murder. Michael Shane Bargo Jr., as the mastermind and triggerman, faced the most serious charges. At his trial, prosecutors presented evidence of premeditation and extreme cruelty, arguing that he had orchestrated every aspect of the crime from planning to cover up. The jury found him guilty of first-degree murder, and the judge sentenced him to death, making him one of the youngest people on Florida's death row. Amber Wright, whose role in luring Souther to his death was crucial to the success of the plan, was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. The judge called her actions despicable and noted that she had betrayed someone who had once loved and trusted her. Her sentence would be subject to review after 25 years, though given the nature of her crime, parole seemed unlikely. Kyle Hooper, Amber's stepbrother, was also convicted of first-degree murder for his role in the beating and killing of C.F. Jackson. He too received a life sentence, with the possibility of parole after 25 years. At his sentencing, he expressed remorse for his actions, though many questioned the sincerity of his apology given his enthusiastic participation in the murder. Charlie Kelly faced first-degree murder charges for providing the location for the killing and participating in the disposal of Sio's body. She was initially sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. However, her case would take an unusual turn years later when her conviction was overturned on appeal, due to issues with her confession. In 2019, after serving nearly 8 years in prison, she was released when prosecutors decided not to retry her case. Justin Soto, the oldest of the conspirators at age 20, was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. His age and prior criminal record worked against him at sentencing, as the judge concluded that he should have known better than to participate in such a brutal crime. The murder of C.F. Jackson sent shockwaves through the tight-knit communities of Marion County. Parents struggled to understand how a group of teenagers could plan and execute such a brutal crime, while students at Bellevue High School tried to process the loss of their classmate and the arrest of their peers. The Jackson family was devastated by their loss. Scott and Sonia Jackson had to endure not only the grief of losing their son, but also the traumatic details of how he died, which emerged during the various trials and court proceedings. They became advocates for other families affected by violent crime and worked to keep their son's memory alive. The case also highlighted the dangerous potential of social media to escalate conflicts beyond what previous generations might have experienced. The Facebook feuding and online harassment that preceded Jackson's murder showed how digital platforms could amplify teenage drama to deadly proportions. Law enforcement officials used the case as an example of how quickly situations could escalate from online bullying to real-world violence. They began working with schools and community groups to educate young people about the potential consequences of their online behavior and the importance of reporting threats to authorities. The Seath Jackson murder also became a cautionary tale about the warning signs of escalating domestic violence. Experts noted that many of the behaviors Michael Bargo exhibited, possessiveness, threats, attempts to isolate the victim, and escalating violence, were classic indicators of someone capable of lethal violence. As we reach the end of this tragic story, it's important to remember Seath Jackson not as a victim of violence, but as a young man who had hopes, dreams, and people who loved him. He was a teenager who enjoyed riding ATVs through the Florida countryside, who had a gentle way with animals, and who believed in the basic goodness of people, a belief that ultimately cost him his life. The murder of Seath Jackson serves as a stark reminder of how quickly teenage conflicts can spiral out of control when combined with jealousy, manipulation, and access to weapons. It shows us the devastating consequences that can result when young people lack the emotional maturity to handle complex relationship dynamics and choose violence as a solution to their problems. The case also illustrates the power of forensic science and thorough investigation in bringing killers to justice, despite the conspirators' attempts to destroy all evidence of their crime. Investigators were able to piece together what happened through careful analysis of physical evidence, digital communications, and witness testimony. Perhaps most importantly, Seath Jackson's story reminds us of the ripple effects of violence. His murder didn't just end one young life. It destroyed the futures of 5 other young people, devastated multiple families, and traumatized an entire community. The pain caused by that one night of violence in April 2011 continues to reverberate more than a decade later. Tonight we've journeyed through one of Florida's most disturbing teenage murder cases. A story of love turned to hatred, of friendship betrayed, and of young lives destroyed by choices that can never be undone. The murder of Seath Jackson reminds us that evil can lurk behind familiar faces and that the capacity for violence exists, even in the most unlikely places. As we close this chapter on a tragedy that shook Central Florida, we remember Seath Tyler Jackson, not as a victim, but as a young man who deserved to see his 16th birthday, and all the birthdays that would have followed. His story serves as a warning about the dangers of unchecked hatred, and as a reminder to cherish the time we have with those we love. In the quiet darkness of night, as you drift towards sleep, remember that most people in this world are good, that most teenage conflicts resolve without violence, and that despite the darkness we've explored tonight, there is still far more light than shadow in our world. The small city of Ocala continues to heal from this tragedy, and the Spanish moss still drapes the ancient oak trees under the endless Florida sky. And somewhere in that peaceful landscape, the memory of Seath Jackson lives on, a reminder of a life cut short, but not a life lived in vain. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our 4th story. Story 4. In the quiet town of Edwards, Mississippi, nestled in the heart of Hinds County, March 2023 would forever change the lives of a family and a community. This is the story of Ebony Owens, a 36-year-old mother whose disappearance would lead to a discovery that shocked investigators and revealed the dark truth behind what appeared to be a loving marriage. Sometimes the most dangerous place for a person can be their own home, with someone they trust most. This is one of those stories. A tale of betrayal, violence, and ultimately justice served. As we delve into this case, we'll explore how a missing person report became a murder investigation, and how the truth eventually came to light through careful detective work and a husband's own confession. March 15th, 2023. Started like any other day in Edwards, Mississippi. The sun rose over the small community where neighbors knew each other and families built lives together. But by the end of that day, Ebony Owens would be reported missing, setting in motion a chain of events that would expose a horrific crime. Ebony Owens was a mother of 4 children, trying to navigate the complexities of family life in a marriage that, unbeknownst to many, was troubled beneath the surface. Those who knew her described her as someone who cared deeply for her children and was working to build a stable life for her family. When Ebony was reported missing on March 15th, it immediately raised concerns among law enforcement. Missing person cases involving adults often present unique challenges. Adults have the right to disappear if they choose, but investigators must also consider the possibility of foul play. In this case, the circumstances surrounding her disappearance would quickly point towards something far more sinister. The initial report came from family members who had grown concerned when they couldn't reach Ebony. In small communities like Edwards, when someone goes missing, word travels fast. Friends and family began to worry, especially when her usual patterns of communication were broken. Ebony wasn't the type to simply vanish without explanation, particularly not when it involved leaving her children behind. As investigators began their preliminary inquiry, they followed standard procedures for missing persons cases. They interviewed family members, friends, and associates, trying to piece together Ebony's last known movements and identify anyone who might have information about her whereabouts. During this process, they would inevitably focus their attention on the person who knew her best. Her husband, Michael Owens. Michael Owens was 36 years old at the time of his wife's disappearance. To outward appearances, he was a family man living in Edwards with his wife and their children. However, as investigators would soon discover, there were troubling undercurrents in the Owens household that painted a very different picture of their marriage. During the initial missing person investigation, Michael Owens was questioned about his wife's disappearance. This is standard procedure in such cases. Spouses and intimate partners are often the first people investigators speak with, as they typically have the most recent and detailed information about the missing person's state of mind, recent activities, and potential concerns. What investigators found during these early interviews was a man who seemed cooperative on the surface, but whose story began to raise red flags. Michael's account of the events leading up to Ebony's disappearance contained inconsistencies that experienced detectives found troubling. His demeanor during questioning also struck investigators as unusual for someone whose wife had vanished without explanation. As the investigation progressed, law enforcement began to dig deeper into the dynamics of the Owens marriage. What they discovered was a relationship marked by difficulties that went far beyond the normal challenges that couples face. According to later testimony and evidence presented at trial, the marriage had been troubled by infidelity and domestic issues that had been building over time. Michael would later describe their relationship during his trial testimony, saying that a marriage is not easy and a marriage is what you make of it. He acknowledged that they had ups and downs and differences, but these understated descriptions would prove to dramatically understate the reality of what had been happening in their home. The investigation into Michael Owens would reveal a man whose outward appearance masked deeper issues. As detectives continued their work, they began to uncover evidence that would transform this missing person case into something much more serious. While investigators were building their case, the search for Ebony Owens continued. In missing persons cases, time is often critical. The longer someone is missing, the greater the likelihood that they have come to harm. Search teams combed the area around Edwards, looking for any sign of Ebony or clues that might explain her disappearance. The breakthrough in the case came with a disturbing discovery. Investigators found Ebony's vehicle, an Acura, but it wasn't in the condition they had hoped to find it in. The car had been burned, deliberately set on fire in what appeared to be an attempt to destroy evidence. This discovery immediately elevated the case from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. The burned vehicle provided crucial evidence for investigators. Even though the car had been damaged by fire, forensic experts were able to extract valuable information from the scene. Perhaps most importantly, they discovered that the vehicle's license plate had been removed and was found separately in nearby woods. This detail suggested premeditation. Someone had taken deliberate steps to make the vehicle harder to identify and trace. The location where the car was found also provided important clues. It wasn't far from the Owens family home, suggesting that whoever had disposed of the vehicle was familiar with the local area and hadn't traveled far from their starting point. For investigators, this geographical profile helped narrow their focus and supported their growing suspicions about Michael Owens. But the most significant discovery was yet to come. On March 25, 2023, 10 days after Ebony had been reported missing, search teams found a body in the Big Black River. The discovery came after extensive searching by multiple agencies, including the Haines County Sheriff's Office, who had been coordinating the search efforts. The Big Black River, which flows through Mississippi, became the final resting place for Ebony Owens. When her body was recovered from the water, it confirmed what investigators had feared. This was no longer a missing person case, but a homicide investigation. The discovery of her body in the river would prove to be a crucial piece of evidence in understanding exactly what had happened to her. Haines County Sheriff Tyree Jones announced the confirmation of the body's identity, stating that the search for Ebony Owens has concluded. For her family and the community, this news brought both closure and heartbreak. They now knew what had happened to Ebony, but it wasn't the outcome anyone had hoped for. With Ebony's body recovered, and the physical evidence from her burned car, investigators now had a clearer picture of what had occurred. The forensic examination of her remains revealed that she had died from at least one gunshot wound. This finding provided crucial information about the manner of her death, and helped investigators understand the sequence of events that had led to her murder. The investigation now focused intensively on Michael Owens. The evidence was mounting against him. His wife was dead from a gunshot wound. Her car had been deliberately burned and the license plate removed, and her body had been dumped in a river. All of these actions suggested someone with intimate knowledge of Ebony's movements and access to her vehicle. Investigators employed various techniques to build their case. They analyzed physical evidence from the crime scenes, including the burned car and the location where Ebony's body was found. They also examined digital evidence, such as cell phone records and GPS data, which could help establish timelines and locations for both Michael and Ebony in the days leading up to her death. One of the most significant developments in the case came when Michael Owens himself provided a confession to investigators. According to law enforcement officials, Michael admitted to shooting his wife, wrapping her body in a blanket, and throwing her into the Big Black River. He also admitted to deliberately setting her car on fire and removing the license plate, actions that demonstrated a calculated attempt to cover up his crime. This confession provided investigators with the details they needed to understand exactly what had happened. According to Michael's account, the murder had stemmed from seeing something that had made him angry, likely related to the marital problems that had been plaguing their relationship. The confession painted a picture of a domestic dispute that had escalated to deadly violence. The investigation also uncovered additional charges against Michael Owens that extended beyond the murder of his wife. He was also charged with sexual battery of a minor and sexual assault of a minor, charges that suggested a pattern of criminal behavior that went beyond the domestic violence that had claimed Ebony's life. Following his arrest, Michael Owens initially pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. This plea set the stage for a trial that would examine the evidence against him and allow both the prosecution and defense to present their cases to a jury. The case proceeded through the Hinds County legal system, with Judge Faye Peterson presiding over the proceedings. The prosecution faced the task of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Michael Owens had murdered his wife, despite his initial not guilty plea. However, they had significant evidence to work with, including his own confession and the physical evidence from the crime scenes. As the case moved toward trial, the prosecution prepared to present a comprehensive case that would demonstrate Michael's guilt. They had his confession, in which he admitted to shooting Ebony, disposing of her body in the river, and burning her car. They also had forensic evidence from the crime scenes, and testimony from investigators who had worked on the case. The defense team faced the challenging task of representing a client who had confessed to the crime. Their strategy appeared to focus on arguing that this was a crime of passion rather than premeditated murder. They characterized the killing as the result of a rocky, unfaithful relationship and suggested that Michael's actions were driven by emotion rather than calculated planning. During the trial, Michael Owens took the stand to testify in his own defense. His testimony provided insight into his perspective on the marriage and the events that led to Ebony's death. He spoke about the challenges in their relationship, describing marriage as not easy and what you make of it. He acknowledged that they had their ups and downs and differences, but his testimony failed to provide a compelling justification for his actions. The prosecution, meanwhile, focused on ensuring that justice was served for Ebony Owens. They argued that regardless of any marital problems, nothing justified the murder of an innocent person and the subsequent attempts to cover up the crime. The case they maintained was about holding Michael accountable for his actions and ensuring that Ebony's death was not in vain. After hearing all the evidence and testimony, the Hinds County jury reached their verdict. On September 9, 2025, more than 2 years after Ebony's body was found in the Big Black River, Michael Owens was found guilty on all counts. The jury convicted him of first-degree murder and third-degree arson, finding that he had indeed killed his wife and deliberately burned her vehicle to cover up the crime. The conviction represented a significant moment for Ebony's family and friends, who had waited more than 2 years for justice. It also provided closure for the community of Edwards, which had been shaken by the brutal nature of the crime and the realization that domestic violence had claimed the life of a local mother. Judge Faye Peterson, who had overseen the trial proceedings, was responsible for sentencing Michael Owens following his conviction. The sentencing phase of the trial allowed both sides to present arguments about what punishment would be appropriate for the crimes he had committed. The prosecution likely argued for the maximum penalties available under Mississippi law, emphasizing the premeditated nature of the crime and the deliberate steps Michael had taken to cover up his actions. The murder of Ebony, followed by the disposal of her body and the burning of her car, demonstrated a callous disregard for human life that warranted severe punishment. The defense, having failed to secure an acquittal, would have focused on mitigation factors that might have influenced the judge to impose a lighter sentence. However, given the severity of the crimes and the defendant's own confession, their options were limited. Judge Peterson ultimately sentenced Michael Owens to life in prison for the murder charge and an additional 3 years for the arson charge. This sentence ensured that Michael would spend the rest of his life behind bars, unable to harm anyone else, and paying the ultimate price for his crimes. The life sentence represented justice for Ebony Owens and provided some measure of peace for her surviving children, who had lost their mother to domestic violence, and would now grow up knowing that her killer had been held accountable. The murder of Ebony Owens serves as a tragic reminder of the deadly reality of domestic violence in America. According to statistics from the National Domestic Violence Hotline, domestic violence affects millions of people each year, and intimate partner violence accounts for a significant percentage of homicides involving women. Ebony's case illustrates several common patterns seen in domestic violence situations that escalate to murder. The troubled marriage, the apparent normalcy that masked underlying problems, and the ultimate explosion into deadly violence all reflect dynamics that domestic violence experts recognize as warning signs. For the 4 children that Ebony left behind, her murder represents an unimaginable loss. These children not only lost their mother to violence, but they also lost their father to the prison system as a result of his actions. The trauma of domestic violence extends far beyond the immediate victim to affect entire families and communities. The case also highlights the important work done by law enforcement agencies in investigating domestic violence homicides. The Haines County Sheriff's Office, along with other agencies involved in the investigation, demonstrated the thorough and methodical approach needed to build a successful case against a perpetrator of domestic violence. Sheriff Tyree Jones and his team coordinated an extensive search operation that ultimately led to the recovery of Ebony's body and the evidence needed to secure a conviction. Their work ensured that Michael Owens could not escape accountability for his actions and that Ebony's death would not go unpunished. The prosecution team also deserves recognition for their dedication to securing justice for Ebony. By presenting a comprehensive case that included Michael's confession, physical evidence, and expert testimony, they were able to convince a jury to hold him accountable for his crimes. The case of Ebony Owens offers several important lessons about domestic violence, criminal justice, and the importance of supporting victims of abuse. First and foremost, it demonstrates that domestic violence can affect anyone, regardless of their background, location, or circumstances. Ebony was a mother living in a small Mississippi community, but she became a victim of the same pattern of intimate partner violence that affects people across all demographics. The case also shows how quickly domestic disputes can escalate to deadly violence. While we may never know all the details of what transpired between Ebony and Michael on the day of her murder, his own confession suggests that their argument escalated rapidly from a verbal dispute to a fatal shooting. This pattern is unfortunately common in domestic violence homicides, where long-standing relationship problems suddenly explode into deadly violence. For those who may be experiencing domestic violence, Ebony's story serves as a stark reminder of the importance of seeking help before situations escalate. The National Domestic Violence Hotline provides confidential support 24 hours a day at 1-800-799-7233, and their website at the Hotline Org offers resources and information for those who may be in danger. The successful prosecution of Michael Owens also demonstrates the importance of thorough criminal investigations and the value of confession evidence in securing convictions. While his confession was crucial to the case, investigators still had to corroborate his statements with physical evidence and build a comprehensive case that could withstand scrutiny in court. The case highlights the collaborative effort required to solve complex crimes. Multiple law enforcement agencies worked together to search for Ebony, investigate her murder, and build the case against her husband. This cooperation was essential to ensuring that justice was served, and that Michael could not escape accountability for his actions. As we conclude this examination of the murder of Ebony Owens, we're left with both a sense of justice served and a profound sadness for a life cut short by domestic violence. Ebony was a mother of 4 children who deserved to live a life free from violence and fear. Instead, she became another victim of intimate partner violence, killed by the person who should have protected and cherished her. The conviction and life sentence of Michael Owens represents the successful application of the criminal justice system in holding perpetrators of domestic violence accountable for their actions. The conviction and life sentence of Michael Owens represents the successful application of the criminal justice system in holding perpetrators of domestic violence accountable for their actions. Her story serves as a reminder that domestic violence remains a serious problem in our society, one that requires continued attention from law enforcement, social services, and communities as a whole. Each case represents not just a criminal act, but a human tragedy that ripples through families and communities for generations. The waters of the Big Black River, where Ebony's body was found, continue to flow through Mississippi, carrying with them the memory of a life lost to violence. But her story also carries a message about the importance of justice, the dedication of those who work to solve crimes, and the ongoing need to support victims of domestic violence before tragedy strikes. For those listening to this story, whether you're seeking sleep or simply wanting to understand this tragic case, remember that behind every true crime story is a real person who deserved better. Ebony Owens was that person. A mother, a daughter, a human being whose life had value and whose death demands that we do better in preventing such tragedies in the future. In the end, the murder of Ebony Owens is both a story of justice served and a call to action for all of us to recognize the signs of domestic violence and work to create a world where such tragedies become increasingly rare. Her memory deserves nothing less than our continued commitment to protecting others who may find themselves in similar danger. The case is closed. Michael Owens will spend the rest of his life in prison, and Ebony Owens can finally rest in peace, knowing that her killer has been held accountable for his crimes. May her story serve as both a warning and an inspiration for continued efforts to combat domestic violence in all its forms. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. In the quiet town of Blacksburg, Virginia, nestled in the Blue Ridge Mountains, 13-year-old Nicole Madison Lovell was known for her bright spirit and determination. Despite facing significant health challenges from birth, including a liver transplant at just 5 years old, Nicole had grown into a resilient teenager who refused to let her medical condition define her. She was small for her age, standing barely 5 feet tall, with shoulder-length brown hair and expressive eyes that held both wisdom and innocence. Nicole lived with her mother, Tammy Weeks, in a modest apartment on Cypress Street. Like many teenagers of her generation, Nicole had discovered the digital world through her smartphone, a Christmas gift that would ultimately become the instrument of both connection and tragedy. She spent hours scrolling through social media platforms, particularly Kik Messenger, where she could chat with friends and meet new people who didn't judge her by her physical appearance or medical history. It was through this digital gateway that Nicole's path would cross with David Eisenhower, an 18-year-old freshman at Virginia Tech, who was studying engineering. David appeared to be everything a typical college student should be: intelligent, academically successful, and part of the prestigious university community that dominated Blacksburg. He was tall, clean-cut, and carried himself with the confidence of someone whose future seemed bright and predetermined. The relationship between Nicole and David began in the virtual realm, through messages exchanged on social media platforms. Investigators said they believe Eisenhower had an inappropriate relationship with Nicole, one that developed over weeks of digital communication. For Nicole, this relationship represented something she had struggled to find in her young life: acceptance from someone who seemed to see past her medical challenges and physical differences. David, however, was living a carefully constructed double life. On the surface, he was the model student, attending classes at Virginia Tech and maintaining the appearance of a responsible young adult. But beneath this veneer, he was engaging in a relationship with a 13-year-old girl, a relationship that he knew was both inappropriate and illegal. The power dynamic between an 18-year-old college student and a vulnerable 13-year-old was stark, yet David continued to foster this connection, likely understanding the influence he held over Nicole's emotions and decisions. As their digital relationship deepened, Nicole began to believe that David truly cared for her. She shared intimate details of her life, her struggles with her health, her feelings of isolation, and her dreams for the future. For a girl who had spent much of her childhood in and out of hospitals, who had endured medical procedures and medications that set her apart from her peers, the attention from an older, seemingly sophisticated college student felt like validation she had never experienced before. But David's motivations were far more complex and sinister than Nicole could have understood. The girl was planning to expose their relationship, the official said, Investigators think this was the motive for killing her. What had begun as a secret digital romance had evolved into something that David perceived as a threat to his carefully constructed life and future aspirations. Enter Natalie Keepers, David's fellow freshman at Virginia Tech. Natalie was studying aerospace engineering, and like David, presented herself as a serious, academically focused student. She was known among her peers as someone who was intelligent but somewhat socially awkward, struggling to find her place in the competitive environment of university life. When David approached her with his problem, his secret relationship with Nicole, and the girl's threats to expose it, Natalie made a decision that would alter the course of multiple lives forever. Rather than encouraging David to end the inappropriate relationship or seek help, Natalie chose to become his accomplice. Prosecutors said Keepers helped Eisenhower buy a shovel and pick out the location for the murder. The planning phase of Nicole's murder was methodical and chilling in its calculation. The two college students approached the taking of a 13-year-old's life with the same analytical thinking they might apply to an engineering problem. Nicole Lovell's death was plotted at a restaurant, where David and Natalie calmly discussed logistics while surrounded by other diners who had no idea they were witnessing the planning of a murder. They considered various methods, locations, and ways to dispose of evidence. Their conversations, later revealed through investigation, demonstrated a disturbing lack of empathy for Nicole as a human being, treating her instead as an obstacle to be eliminated. The plan they ultimately settled on was both simple and horrific. David would arrange to meet Nicole under the pretense of their ongoing relationship, luring her away from the safety of her home. Once she was isolated, he would kill her, and Natalie would help him dispose of the body and cover up the crime. On the evening of January 26, 2016, Nicole received the message she had been hoping for. David wanted to meet her in person, finally bridging the gap between their digital relationship and physical reality. For Nicole, this felt like a culmination of weeks of growing intimacy and connection. She carefully planned her escape from her apartment, waiting until her mother was asleep before making her move. In the early hours of January 27, 2016, Nicole Lovell climbed out her bedroom window to meet him. The image of this small, medically fragile 13-year-old carefully maneuvering through her bedroom window in the darkness is particularly heartbreaking. She was wearing a white t-shirt and black leggings, carrying only her phone and perhaps a few personal items. Her mother would later find her bed empty, the window open, and Nicole nowhere to be found. The meeting location had been carefully chosen by David and Natalie. It was isolated enough that Nicole's screams wouldn't be heard, yet accessible enough for them to transport her body afterward. When Nicole approached David's car, she likely felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. This was the moment she had been anticipating, finally meeting the person who had made her feel special and wanted. But David's intentions were already set in motion. Rather than the romantic encounter Nicole expected, she found herself facing the person who had decided she was too dangerous to remain alive. The details of Nicole's final moments are difficult to contemplate. David Eisenhower is accused of stabbing Nicole Lovell and slitting her throat after she climbed out her bedroom window to meet him. A medical examiner testified that she had 14 stab wounds, including a lethal wound to her neck. The brutality of the attack suggests either extreme rage or a determination to ensure Nicole could not survive to expose their relationship. 14 stab wounds represent not just intent to kill, but a sustained violent assault on a child who had trusted David completely. The lethal wound to her throat was likely inflicted to silence her permanently, ensuring that the secrets of their relationship would die with her. Following the murder, David and Natalie worked together to dispose of Nicole's body. They had prepared for this moment, having purchased a shovel and scouted locations where a 13-year-old's remains might never be discovered. They drove through the darkness of the Virginia mountains, carrying the body of a child who had believed she was loved. Nicole's body was found 3 days later in a wooded area in North Carolina, days after she was reported missing. Lovell's body was found at North Carolina border, on Route 89 in Surrey County, 80 miles south of her home. The location was remote, along a highway that cut through rural countryside where her remains might have gone undiscovered for months or even years, if not for the extensive search efforts that followed her disappearance. Meanwhile, back in Blacksburg, Tammy Weeks had awakened to discover her daughter missing. The open window, the empty bed, and Nicole's absence triggered immediate panic. Tammy knew that Nicole, despite her teenage desire for independence, would not have left voluntarily without explanation, especially given her medical needs and the medications she required daily. The search for Nicole involved multiple law enforcement agencies,
volunteers from the community, and extensive media coverage. Tammy Weeks made desperate public appeals for her daughter's safe return, appearing before television cameras with the hollow-eyed exhaustion of a mother whose world had been turned upside down. The entire Blacksburg community rallied around the search effort, with volunteers combing through wooded areas, abandoned buildings, and any location where a 13-year-old might be found. During this period, David and Natalie continued their normal college routines, attending classes and maintaining their academic responsibilities as if nothing had happened. This ability to compartmentalize the murder of a child while continuing with daily life speaks to a level of psychological detachment that investigators would later find deeply disturbing. The break in the case came through digital forensic evidence. Nicole's phone records revealed her communications with David in the days and hours leading up to her disappearance. The technological tools that had facilitated their relationship ultimately became the evidence that would expose her killers. Text messages, social media interactions, and location data painted a clear picture of the events leading to Nicole's death. 18-year-old David Eisenhower is charged with abduction and first-degree murder in the death of Lovell, who vanished Jan 27. Another Virginia Tech student, 19-year-old Natalie Keepers, is charged with accessory before and after the fact. When authorities arrested the two students, the Blacksburg community was shocked. These were not the troubled outsiders that might be expected in such a case, but seemingly successful students at their prestigious university. The trials of David Eisenhower and Natalie Keepers would later reveal the full extent of their planning and the cold calculation behind Nicole's murder. David Eisenhower has been found guilty on all charges related to the murder of Nicole Lovell, after changing his plea to no contest on all charges. His decision to enter a no-contest plea came after days of testimony that painted a horrific picture of premeditation and brutality. A judge decided Tuesday that 50 years in prison will be David Eisenhower's punishment after he was found guilty of murdering Blacksburg teen Nicole Lovell. The sentence reflected the severity of his crimes, but offered little comfort to Nicole's family and friends, who would never see her grow up, graduate, or fulfill the dreams she had shared in her final conversations. Natalie Keepers faced her own legal reckoning. A jury has found Natalie Keepers guilty of accessory before the fact of first-degree murder for her role in the death of Blacksburg teenager Nicole Lovell in 2016. After less than 90 minutes of deliberating, the jury found Natalie Keepers guilty. The speed of the jury's deliberation suggested that the evidence of her involvement was overwhelming and undeniable. Former Virginia Tech student Natalie Keepers was sentenced to 40 years in prison for accessory before the fact of first-degree murder. The jury has recommended Natalie Keepers serve 40 years in prison for her role in the death of Blacksburg teenager Nicole Lovell. Her sentence acknowledged that while she may not have physically killed Nicole, her role in planning and facilitating the murder made her equally culpable in the eyes of the law. The case of Nicole Lovell's murder highlighted the evolving dangers of the digital age, where predators can access vulnerable children through the devices parents give them for safety and communication. It's no longer a situation where you worry about your child meeting a stranger in the park, says Pamela Casey, district attorney in Blount County, Ala. You really need to worry about the stranger your child's meeting on the phone you gave them for Christmas. This is the new crime of our time. Nicole's story serves as a tragic reminder of how online predators can exploit the normal teenage desires for connection and acceptance. Her medical challenges and the social isolation they created made her particularly vulnerable to someone who offered the attention and validation she craved. David Eisenhower recognized this vulnerability and exploited it with calculated precision. For Tammy Weeks, the loss of her daughter created a grief that defied description. Tammy Weeks at her daughter's grave. Every morning, I come out here, sit with her. The daily ritual of visiting Nicole's grave became a way for her mother to maintain a connection with the daughter who had been taken from her far too soon. The impact of Nicole's murder extended far beyond her immediate family. The Blacksburg community, already shaken by the revelation that Virginia Tech students had been responsible for killing a local child, began to grapple with questions about how such evil could emerge from their midst. The university itself faced difficult questions about whether warning signs had been missed, and whether more could have been done to identify students who posed a danger to the community. The case also sparked broader discussions about online safety, parental monitoring of digital communications, and the responsibility of social media platforms to protect underage users from predatory behavior. Nicole's death became a cautionary tale shared by law enforcement agencies, schools, and parent groups across the country. From a psychological perspective, The case raised disturbing questions about how two seemingly normal college students could plan and execute the murder of a child with such apparent detachment. Neither David nor Natalie showed significant signs of mental illness or previous violent behavior. Their ability to compartmentalize the planning and execution of murder while maintaining their academic and social responsibilities suggested a level of antisocial behavior that was both rare and terrifying. The forensic evidence in the case painted a clear picture of premeditation, the purchase of the shovel, the scouting of disposal locations, and the methodical planning of the murder demonstrated that this was not a crime of passion, but a calculated decision to eliminate what they perceived as a threat. This level of planning made their crimes even more heinous in the eyes of the law and the public. The trials also revealed the power dynamics that had existed in Nicole's relationship with David. As investigators pieced together their digital communications, it became clear that David had used his age, education, and perceived sophistication to manipulate a vulnerable teenager. He had positioned himself as someone who understood and accepted her in ways that others did not, creating an emotional dependency that he would ultimately exploit to lure her to her death. The legal proceedings were particularly difficult for Nicole's family, as they were forced to relive the details of her final days and hours. The evidence presented in court painted a vivid picture of a child who had believed she was meeting someone who cared for her, only to encounter the person who had already decided she must die. The contrast between Nicole's expectations and the reality of her fate added an extra layer of tragedy to an already heartbreaking case. The appeals process that followed both convictions provided additional insight into the legal complexities of the case. An appeals court upheld the conviction of Natalie Keepers by a lower court for her role in the murder of 13-year-old Nicole Lavelle. The appeals court's decision to uphold the convictions reinforced the strength of the evidence and the appropriateness of the sentences handed down by the lower courts. For law enforcement agencies, the Nicole Lavelle case became a template for investigating crimes that originate in the digital realm, but culminate in physical violence. The successful prosecution of both defendants demonstrated the importance of digital forensic evidence, and the need for investigators to understand how predators use technology to identify and groom their victims. The case also highlighted the importance of community awareness and parental involvement in children's digital lives. While it would be impossible to monitor every online interaction, Nicole's story illustrated how understanding the warning signs of predatory behavior and maintaining open communication with children about their online relationships could potentially prevent similar tragedies. As the years have passed since Nicole's death, her story continues to be told in classrooms, community centers, and law enforcement training sessions as an example of how quickly online relationships can turn deadly. Her memory serves not only as a tribute to a young life cut short, but as a warning to other families about the hidden dangers that can lurk behind seemingly innocent digital communications. The investigation into Nicole's murder also revealed the broader network of online relationships that both David and Natalie maintained. Forensic examination of their digital devices uncovered evidence of other inappropriate communications and concerning behaviors that had not escalated to violence, but demonstrated a pattern of boundary-crossing behavior that might have served as warning signs if they had been recognized earlier. The institutional response from Virginia Tech included increased awareness programs about appropriate relationships, digital safety, and the responsibility students have to report concerning behavior among their peers. The university's reputation was inevitably affected by the revelation that two of their students had planned and executed such a heinous crime, leading to soul-searching about admission processes, student support systems, and community safety measures. The sentencing phases of both trials provided opportunities for victim impact statements that gave voice to Nicole's family and friends. These statements painted a picture of a young girl who had faced significant medical challenges with courage and determination, who had dreams for her future despite the obstacles she faced, and who had touched the lives of many people in her brief 13 years. The medical aspects of Nicole's story added another layer of tragedy to her death. Having survived a liver transplant at age 5, she had already overcome challenges that many adults never face. The immunosuppressive medications she required to prevent organ rejection made her more vulnerable to infections and other health complications. But they had not diminished her spirit, or her desire to live a normal teenage life. Her small stature, a result of her medical condition, made her appear even younger than her 13 years. This physical vulnerability, combined with her emotional need for acceptance and connection, created a perfect storm that David Eisenhower was able to exploit. The power imbalance between a physically and emotionally vulnerable 13-year-old and an 18-year-old college student could not have been more pronounced. The digital evidence in the case provided a chilling timeline of Nicole's final days.
Her messages showed increasing excitement about meeting David in person, revealing a child who believed she was about to experience something wonderful rather than walking toward her death. The contrast between her anticipation and the reality of what awaited her made the crime even more heartbreaking. The location where Nicole's body was found along Route 89 in Surrey County, North Carolina, became a place of pilgrimage for her family and friends. The remote wooded area where David and Natalie had hoped her remains would never be discovered, instead became a crime scene that would ultimately provide crucial evidence for their prosecution. The extensive search effort that preceded the discovery of Nicole's body demonstrated the power of community response to tragedy. Hundreds of volunteers joined law enforcement officers in combing through difficult terrain, driven by the hope that a 13-year-old girl might still be found alive. When that hope was extinguished, the same community energy was redirected towards supporting Nicole's family and ensuring that justice was served. The psychological profiles developed of both David Eisenhower and Natalie Keepers during their trials revealed individuals who appeared to lack empathy for their victim while maintaining the ability to function normally in their academic and social environments. This combination of traits, the ability to plan and execute extreme violence while maintaining a normal exterior, is particularly concerning to mental health professionals and law enforcement officials. The case also raised questions about the role of accomplices in violent crimes. Natalie Keeper's decision to help plan and facilitate Nicole's murder, rather than reporting David's intentions to authorities, illustrated how quickly someone can cross the line from bystander to participant in a violent crime. Her 40-year sentence reflected the court's view that her assistance was crucial to the successful execution of the murder plot. The impact on the Virginia Tech community was profound and long-lasting. Students struggled to understand how two of their peers could have been capable of such violence, leading to increased awareness programs about recognizing warning signs of dangerous behavior and the importance of reporting concerns to appropriate authorities. The technological aspects of the investigation provided valuable insights for law enforcement agencies dealing with similar cases. The ability to track digital communications, location data, and social media interactions proved crucial in building the case against both defendants. This success story became a model for other investigations involving crimes that begin in the digital realm. The legal precedents established by the Nicole Lovell case continue to influence how prosecutors approach crimes involving online predators and their accomplices. The successful prosecution of both the primary perpetrator and his accomplice demonstrated that all participants in a murder conspiracy can be held fully accountable for their actions, regardless of who physically committed the violence. As we reflect on Nicole Lovell's story, we remember a 13-year-old girl who faced medical challenges with courage, who sought connection and acceptance in an increasingly digital world, and who trusted someone who ultimately betrayed that trust in the most devastating way possible. Her death serves as a permanent reminder of the vulnerability of children in the digital age, and the responsibility we all share in protecting those who cannot protect themselves. The quiet town of Blacksburg, Virginia, still carries the memory of Nicole Madison Lovell. In the places where she walked, the school where she studied, and the apartment building where she lived with her mother, her absence is felt. But her memory also serves a purpose, warning other families about the dangers that can hide behind friendly messages and romantic promises made by strangers on the internet. Nicole's story continues to be told, not just as a tragedy, but as a call to action for parents, educators, and communities to remain vigilant about the safety of children in both physical and digital spaces. In her death, Nicole became a teacher, showing the world the devastating consequences when predators are allowed to exploit the trust and vulnerability of children. In the end, the murder of Nicole Lovell was not just the story of one girl's tragic death, but a window into the evolving nature of predatory behavior in the digital age. Her memory lives on not only in the hearts of those who loved her, but in the awareness her story has created in the lives it may have saved by teaching others to recognize the warning signs of online predators. The case closed with justice served, but the lessons learned from Nicole's death continue to resonate. In a world where children carry the internet in their pockets, her story remains a crucial reminder that the dangers our children face have evolved, but our responsibility to protect them remains unchanged. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.